Let's go!
What's the only game I platinumed? Bloodborne. Only one I platinumed was Bloodborne. So, are these lock quests stuck behind something else? Hold on a second.
There's something about it.
I'm assuming these are our big character quests that we need to do. Only assuming.
Oh, that blasted book.
This progress is currently restricted. So we gotta speak to Jill first? Okay, I didn't know if speaking to Jill was gonna send us to endgame. But that's where we're at, chat, for anybody that's curious. We're at endgame. Any music stand out in FF16? I mean, most of it. It's amazing. The music's incredible. God damn it, she's in the house. Son of a bitch. We'll give it a shot without sub mode. Just no spoilers, please. I haven't seen the end of it. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm trying to get through to it. But I don't want to miss out on, like, interesting... I don't want to miss out on interesting side quests. I said I didn't want to do side quests in the previous video that went up on YouTube, and everyone freaked out. And it's like, well, I mean, I don't want to do the ones that are boring as shit. Okay. That's also locked, too.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end. For better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
Where's our beach scene? So does that set us up for... It does.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
And here's where the game is like, are you sure? Right? Are you sure? Okay. This is it, Luigi. Let's go, Mario. I guess we'll just activate these side quests. I mean, I'm assuming these are the ones we need.
Oh, that blasted book. Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for?
I'm all the cook will be needing. Thank you very much. You remember Ivan's stew, right?
I
So
do.
I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself.
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped.
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone.
I've never been one to play favorites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So, what's on the menu this time?
Cooking?
Fried mortress of skyworm. Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were.
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries.
Wow. That's a question for a scholar, wouldn't you say? Kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates. Perhaps, and if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that.
I don't think this is one of those critical story missions. Do not think it was. I gotta go dig up something. Is there any... Oh, that's probably a good one. That's probably a good one. Phoenix, heal thyself. Tears of Mercy. I'm assuming some of these are actually like the big story ones, right?
Lawsman Harpocrates, I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind.
The young man did a wonderful job with it.
That's a stew. It's a good stew. It's a very good stew. Stew, Skyworm stew, dragon liver, sunbrequaw, Bahamut recipe demands, stew, Drake's mint, herbs, Northern Coast. Where's the story thing?
People once believed game was best served with the flora that's meaning.
Tasty.
Best of luck, Clive.
Okay, thank you. I'll give you some later. Second Ace the game category. Refresh the page. We'll go off and hunt some stuff. Damn it. Sneeze too hard. Terrifying.
Grace, stay my Lord Marquis.
Yote, is anything the matter? You seem troubled. Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by, and our supplies are almost exhausted. Unless we can secure more soon, your brother's anguish will likely become unbearable. My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
Yes.
For Joshua, anything.
Thank you, my lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counteract the curse. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently.
Yeah, we haven't been back to Rosaria in a long time.
Flooded. The search continues for a new source. One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it. The stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood.
Well, yes, but...
Then I shall go in your stead.
Oh, but, my lord...
You've yet to find another source, correct? So for now, the aqueduct is our best hope. Besides, I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Well, if you're sure,
I'm a dominant.
my lord,
I dominate.
Stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients.
Do this. Maybe we have, we gotta go to Rosaria. Let's go see if we have a hunt somewhere around there. The pack, that's in Dhalmekia. Waloed. Senbrek. Dhalmekia. Nope, never mind.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Yo, Nico, thank you, dude. I think that's it. Rekindling the flame. Phoenix, no, it's Phoenix, heal thyself. Ah. Yo, Hika Senshi, thank you very much.
Fly, Ambrosia.
This is like straight ahead. No bugs. Stop bugs. Is this where the big goblin guys hang out at?
Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals.
Ooh, there is an Akashic Gigas here.
Just my luck. Won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it. Let's try.
I remember how to do this. That was it. Yeah, you have to hold it down. Chop! Damn, level 4 Zansetsuken looks great. Looks really good. This is the stuff we gotta pick. There it is.
Here it is. Better collect as much as I can.
Favorite
before
icon?
reinforcements arrive.
Really warming up to Bahamut, funny enough.
All right. That should do it.
Well. Like, Bahamut's just so friggin' powerful. James and Dust to Dry, thank you guys. Yeah, I'm playing online right now. This is, we're playing against the best players in the world at the moment. We just beat one. Is the flamethrower ability actually any good at all?
Yote, I brought back all the stone and water I could find. Will this be enough?
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You
Oh
and
yeah,
His Grace are very much
my
alike.
face is in the wrong place.
You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for it.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
So I'm assuming this leads to the Joshua quest? I think it's gonna make me feel bad suddenly. I'm assuming this one does as well.
She can't keep this up much longer.
Roderick? Does Roderick's quest have, like, massive importance?
You nearly collapsed.
I think that's one. Oh, Roderick is Tarya's. Okay. Hold on a second. I want to see, like, how these other quests pan out. I want to see. I want to see how they engage me, you know? That's the only problem with a lot of these quests, is that they don't do enough things that are interesting until one does, and it's like, oh, wow, I don't want to miss that.
Ah, Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's... nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will. Or something akin to it.
His will? How? Where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle.
Interesting.
After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Already an interesting premise, different than most quests, right? Is Cyril here or over in Rosaria? Who's Cyril again? No. No, that's not it. All the way in Dalmatia? Oh god. Oh god. Dalmatia is down here? Yeah. Well, that's why it has the different symbol on it. There you go.
Your Grace.
Oh, this guy, that's right.
I trust your journey was not overly onerous. Cyril, you found a letter from Father? Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
Not that I ask much for you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the blight still looms, and only with all Rosaria's striving as one might, we at last overcome it. I made up plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It should likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you.
inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord.
Who is this?
After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Whomst be thou'th. So, speak with Archduke Elwyn. Aid in the Requitory. That's over here. Yeah. She's hot.
Your Grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more?
What the hell are you talking about?
What is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
We're not old enough yet.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
Name is
What
actually
else?
Goditha.
Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy.
Ooh.
Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
That's the funny thing about,
Joshua?
like, 16, is that essentially, like, what are the things that can actually happen in a game that is so combat-focused, right? That is action and combat-focused. The most engaging thing is you're going to go kill something.
We must not be hasty.
Right.
The good lady has been disappointed once already.
You're gonna have to go fight something, so that's gonna be like the majority of engagement. There is no other like small side things in the game that you'll have to do, like race somebody a chicken or something. I'm actually surprised there's no chocobo racing in this, to be honest. So if it's anything else, it's like picking up berries on the ground or some shit like that, or just talking to NPC. And I do feel that after you play the game a lot, that gets a little tiresome, you know? And the thing I'm sort of waiting for, and I perk up when it's like, oh, I have to fight something. I'm like, okay, cool. I have to go fight something. Give me something interesting to fight. There's a complete lack of alternative activities, yeah. And there it is.
Be safe. There it is.
Didn't mean to do that. But you know what? I'll take it.
For House Rosfield.
Oh, jeez. Oh my god. Oh, it hit me. Dang it. Dude, okay, you are not. You're not. You piece of shit! I'm actually about to die. I'm just gonna pop off so hard on this thing. Here we go, chat. Here we go. About to pop off so hard on this guy. He was airborne? Wrong buttons. What happened there? Why didn't it die? Why isn't it dead? Why aren't you dead? Oh, it's attacking me! How is it still alive? Holy shit ass. Bird is chunky. Yeah, what happened? I did my level 5 crazy Zansetsuken. And it just didn't like activate. Didn't give me the thing I need. I have to figure out the routing I do for that.
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Yeah, that was only 30k from Zansetsuken, and not that good. Really not that good.
Thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yeah, you gotta save Zansetsuken for the end, because it also freezes time, which is very good.
This radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril.
Yoshi, Miss Sumai, Danimal RVD, Cinnabon, James, and Dust to Dry. Thank you, everybody.
The stone cut and set forth.
Happy 103, Miss Sumai. Holy shit.
The armbands are complete. Pray, take them.
I hope this actually stays on my character.
They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed.
Yo, damn, Billy, thanks for the 10 gift subs, dude. Appreciate it.
And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us. for giving my service meaning.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
So is this actually like an equipable item? Or is it a key item? It is. Dang. A huge bonus to health. Holy shit. Only a little bit. Damn. Okay. Alright. It's not bad.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril.
Prithee, take care of yourself.
Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
And so Archduke Elwin's memorial, which I'm assuming is back in Rosaria. Yeah. There it is. Chicken.
Run like the wind.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
Save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain.
No chickens.
Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there.
Oh, I've been here before. I've found this.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
He's even wearing his dad's clothes, right? That's what his costume upgrade was.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Yeah, this is for the chamber. Joshua has joined the party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Neat. Neat. There's that one. Let's see if we got anything in here that's different now. What's the other ones that we should do, chat? Does like Dion have one? Does Jill have one? Yeah, is Jill's Jill Gavin Torgal? Do we know what the name of Jill's is? Like where we started? Jill at the Chamber Quest. Oh, this one. Gotcha. It's the letter. Gotcha. Let's go back here.
Brother, I put Father's helm in your chambers. He should be with you when his vision is finally realized.
Thank you, Joshua.
Don't mention it.
Thanks, man. Nah, I'm not really looking for platinum. There isn't something like you have to do all the side quests to get the final weapon or something like that. Her icon is much suffering. The loss of Shield weighs heavy on her heart. And we poor friends not to say. No, you don't. Okay. Not all of them. All right. Thank God.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
Oh, you can actually go back and finish all the side quests if you finish the game. I see. I did all the blacksmith stuff. I did. No, we got the goddammerung or whatever the hell it is unlocked. So we just need the materials for it. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm just assuming that the goddammerung is the biggest weapon.
I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Man's Hill. One back here. I don't think I ever went over here.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
Damn blight.
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but... it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard? To the hideaway, then.
Back to the hideaway.
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
Wait. Wait, that's over there. Ah, shit. Oh, fucking shit. Imagine this without PS5 loading. The game would be twice as long. Yo, Onihane, thank you.
Say what you will.
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
About that.
Right. Thank you.
Isn't that where we just were?
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilerfeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
Time to go pick more flowers. We've done this a lot in this game. Smooth like butter. I'll just complete this, whatever the hell it is. Just to clear up all the text that's on the screen.
Fly, Ambrosia. You deserve a rest. What happened here?
If you're with the other, they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not.
And then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? I was on my way back from the old capital. When
Bandits.
they looked more like field hands, but it didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach.
Thank you.
Okay. Guess I'm just gonna go murder some dickheads really fast.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
My big boys.
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Ah, I just couldn't see shit. Oh my god. Okay, make it use the game again, sorry. Hey, you're attacking me? Okay, let's let this thing do its job. Got a good rotation for that. Can't see shit, Captain. It's not overkill. Perfectly killed.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. There are few hands left to work the fields. The market stalls are nearly bare. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it.
Rockford, listen to me.
You dumb bitch.
If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
I shall return to Northreach right away, but allow me to thank you first.
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I'm able.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece. Ready, go? Faster!
Go!
I needed that.
Yum yum in my tum. That ain't the way to go. Going the right way. Shit, where are we going? Where are we going?
Dominion's all but done for.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
Well, what do you think?
All this sky funk still around forever now.
Let's go. Run like the wind. Quiet. This might take a while. Pocochi said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot.
More flowers? Defeat a blueback wyvern. I think that was the one we just passed up, right?
Now that is heady. This must be the Drake's Mint. That just leaves the Skyworm.
Get this bitch.
This must be our wyvern. All right, let's get this over with. Slow.
Okay. That thing is definitely dead. Not overkilled. Perfect killed.
I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better head back.
Well, 60k and I wasn't even halfway done with that beam. Yeah, Clive is a god. There's like a disconnect, right? Where you're like absolutely, literally a god. Your character is godlike, and you're helping people pick flowers. I hate to like, you know, I get it, that's his character, but at some point there's like a bit of a disconnect where it's like, bitch, I got more important shit to do.
The meadows are vast.
All right?
Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Dogs.
You see them? Flowers. Our friends.
Ow, you piece of shit asshole. Bye. Maybe I should have held that. Ooh. Minotaur.
Let's hope this is the last one. Only one way to find out. Nice try.
Oh shit. That was good. Oh, I didn't want to do that at all. We're gonna get Zantetsu again. New enemies approach. I'm not done with this one though. Where's the new enemies? Some dogs? Throwing some dogs at me?
This one.
Okay. All right. And 97k wasn't that high. Because I didn't get Bahamut off, right? You get Bahamut off, you get an extra 50k. Slasher, thank you.
That was harder than I expected.
No, it wasn't. It really, actually wasn't. Really wasn't.
But found her. It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them.
Welcome back to
Come
the
on.
stage of history.
Let's go.
Does it take us back all the way? Whoa, it does.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Excuse me here, vessel of God coming through. Excuse me.
I did.
And what precisely will I be cooking up?
Blueback wyvern liver.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Now
Tasty.
then, you stay right where you are. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about.
Chicken
And here
tendies.
we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered. He as good as begged.
And rightly so.
Om nom nom. There's that om nom nom sound. He's dead.
So, not fit for consumption then.
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. It is a tour de force. A force of nature, even.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking.
decent. It's remarkable. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith?
I'll give it some thought.
7 people died trying to get these livers. I hope it was worth it. For your orgasm food. It is worth it.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
You gonna load up the other area? We're gonna go to the cliff. Go from here. Back to... Wow, holy shit. Okay, we're doing that.
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Context.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
Daylana, thank you.
I don't know. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
Where's the smooching sound effects?
Never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
He should be like sick. He should. I want the chud path for Clive. Dope. Sick. Sick nice.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
Yeah, it's weird. There are some side quests that are better than a whole bunch of the in-betweeny main quests.
Do it together.
It's very weird. Like, I feel like you could have taken out some of the in-betweeny main quests and, you know, made the Ambrosia quest a thing. It's very odd. There's some very funny choices. Diamond does cooldown by 7.5 seconds. That is a lot. The weird thing is that, like, I don't even think other games like I'm only, oh wow, these characters like join you. Oh, they stay with you. I don't even think like other games. Rutherford at Martha's Rest. I'll do that. That are modern Square Enix games, like big games like FF7 Remake and FF16 are pretty much the only big ones that are recent. I don't remember in 7 Remake, like, that feeling with the quests. You know, even the side quests, maybe there's just too many. Granted, there are some main quests that definitely feel very padding heavy in FF7 Remake, obviously. But it's weird how there's like 2 games now where there is very like almost like deliberate, it feels like we're padding, right? It really feels like we're padding. There's not as many, but even in like some main stuff in FF7, like there's a lot of padding quests even in this game, right? Main quest padding stuff, there is a lot of that. All I'm saying is that, and they're around similar length too. It's kind of weird. They're both like 40 to 50 hours.
Flow of traders, and with it a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
Yeah, and I think it's because FF7's padding side quests have weird shit you can do in them,
Storm's
right?
in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together.
As it is.
Yeah, 16 might actually like be shorter technically, but this game feels very long. I am feeling the length of this stuff, which is not like a great feeling towards the end of the game. Bam. And it could be because like maybe we're not evolving in terms of gameplay or something like that. Maybe we're not like getting new things, new and engaging things all too often, even though we obviously are, you know, kitted now, right? We have like all these new abilities and stuff, but maybe that's just like the aspect of it being an action game, right? That's just the element. Like, it's an action game, and what more can the game give you? And there's really not a lot. Yeah, the sewer section and Hojo Lab are hella padding, and if they aren't padding, they're just poor. They're just not handled super great. They come across as like, get me the fuck out of here, and that's a feeling that you don't want, right? You don't want that in any part of your game. This get me the fuck out of here. You get that in the underground parts. I'm sorry, the underground expressway, in FF7 as well, with like the hand shit and the Aerith picking up stuff. And it's like, oh, get me the fuck out of here. But at least it's softened by some pretty interesting character stuff. I don't need this anymore. Ability points. I like that. I like more ability points. What's funny is that I think like the action set piece moments of this game beat 7 Remake in many ways. I really do. But I think like all the in-between stuff is way better in 7 Remake. If we're just doing direct comparison, right? Like direct comparison. I almost would have preferred they just went all action game out on this, you know? So Jill's quest is done. Let's go back to the hideaway and find the next one. Yeah, and it's funny, when the game sets up something interesting that's happening outside of like big set piece shit, you know what I was thinking about? I was also thinking about some of the places you visit in this game are kind of haphazard. You go to like some place to kill a crystal, and that's pretty much it. It's like a straight shot, blow up the crystal. Now that place is just like a crater, and you really don't get the, you know, oh, we hung out here and now it's a crater. Like that doesn't really happen. You sort of just like nuke this fucking town, and you don't really get to see the cities. You can't explore them. So there's really not like a lot of like impact on you in terms of like how you're interacting with that part of the world. Not really at all. I'm assuming this is the Gav one, maybe? An eye for an eye? Yeah, you don't experience the aftermath of most areas. You visit them sometimes, and it's real. There's actually dope moments. The part where you go back to Rosaria, and you see, like, the massive crater left by some icon fight from earlier. It might have been the one with, technically, Joshua from the beginning. That was great, dude. The Phoenix Gate crater, I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. Because you were actually there. Like, we were there. That was the beginning part of the game. And you come back and you're like, fuck, look at this place now, you know? That's the Charon quest. Let's, the Titan one was kind of there. Yeah, a little bit. We didn't really get it in Dion's Kingdom, or, you know, we barely got any of, Odin's place. Is it trial and error? No. You think 16's battle system holds up to such a long game? Yeah, I'm starting to feel it later on, towards the end. You know what? Here's the thing. If some people think the battle system in this game doesn't hold up after so many hours, my only argument for that is because the game doesn't have you utilizing its mechanics very well, right? Ultimately, like, things just fucking die. Most things just fucking die. Really easy. So if you're forced to sort of use this stuff and really engaging the game, enemies that make you have to do this shit, then I'm down. Like, that's what I want. I want you to, like, force me to have to use Shiva. Force me, bro. Like, put me in a situation outside of a timed mission, right? Like, force me to have to utilize these mechanics. There were moments in, I mean, I hate to recommend FF7, but it is the only other big AAA modern Square Enix game. But in 7 Remake, there are moments like that, where it's like, even in the basic playthrough, yeah, if you weren't doing this shit before, we're not going to handhold you anymore. Get fucked. Like, you have to use this shit. Yeah, exactly. parts of this game don't fully commit to being an action game or fully commit to being an RPG, and it's kind of stuck halfway in between. Yeah, Hell House is obviously the big, I'm gonna force you to do this shit. Anybody know which quest we gotta go for the next one? Is it in the book? Eye for an eye. Torgal's the letter one. Here's a mercy. Litany of errors. The reading table? Okay, I'll check the reading table. Trial and error, then you get a follow-up from Gab as well. Gotcha. Gotcha. Can I play Naraka for the Twitch drop? I need to. Yeah, I saw Simmons playing it earlier tonight. I really wanted to, but like, dude, there's limited time betas and stuff like that right now. Do we know which one it is in here? There's a lot of shit in here. In a mood? Yeah. In case you haven't noticed, your poor hound spell until this time is late in the rear deck, whimpering like Gavin his cups. Something ain't right. Okay, cool.
What is it this time, Torgal?
For a new story, isn't it good they have so much world building and character development for this game? I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, any game needs that. But is it good? Right? I think that's the argument. So world building and character building still needs to be good. Dialogue isn't bad, but in me, dialogue is bad when it's not interesting. Like, I'm not interested. I need to be engaged, man. For example, like in Marvel movies, quote unquote, before, you know, Avengers and shit like that, I only liked watching Marvel movies just for the characters to talk to each other. I thought the fighting was boring. I'm like, I don't give a shit about the fighting. I just want to hear everybody quip at each other and say goofy things. God damn it, I gotta go that way. You know? So I'm interested in that. Like, they need to, like, make the dialogue, the characters... There's no characters that are at each other's throats in this game, right? Like, everybody that is here, that runs around with Clive, he's super buddy-buddy with, right? They're all, like, either family members or loved ones or old friends. So there's never any point where Clive is, like, being challenged from within, or after the big time skip, where he's being challenged in a situation that is in the hideaway, right? He has no rivals or anything like that. You just go kill the bad guys. So, ultimately... there's not a lot of banter. There's not like of interesting things happening. There was one fucking part with Joshua, and it felt super forced. It felt like they realized that we have to do something, and then but it feels forced. Where Clive literally gets punched by Joshua for taking Jill's ability for Shiva. But then it's just dropped, like, immediately after. That moment, I was like, whoa, what's happening? I was like, it woke me the fuck up. I'm like, what the hell? Our characters are, like, you know, feeling things towards each other? And suddenly that's forgotten about, like, a year later. No, a minute later. A year later. At least in, like, only comparative I have of something like 7 Remake is that a lot of those characters are at each other's throats until the very end, when they come together. Oh my god, Torgal. And it's funny when one of the most interesting characters is the dog.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone? You find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Bork.
Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you?
I think that's not the big thing. Sid is like the heart of the game, right?
You want me to go with
He's
you?
like the heart of the game. And you lose him halfway through.
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good
Less
thing
than
and
half,
all.
yeah, first third.
It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Is it really the first quarter of the game? So much happens in the first quarter of the game, too. Like, so much happens, man. There's so many things that take place in the first quarter of the game that it almost... I mean, and I think that's intentional. It almost feels like a different game. Like, going back and thinking of, like, the start of this game, I'm like, I feel like I'm playing a different game. Completely different game.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years.
Bark, bark.
To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Final Fantasies have kind of weak endgame feeling? No. No. A lot of them do. Yeah, a lot of them do. But in my recent memory, 7, no. OG 7, definitely not. And Final Fantasy 15 Royal version? Hell no. Like, the culmination in that game, like, the time skip in that game is incredible. I really like that shit. I love the culmination in 15. Like, at the end of that game, I was fucking like, oh, Jesus, dude, this shit is getting heavy. Have to go back one. Yeah, a lot of people give 15 shit, and I like it, man. I really like that game. That game has a ton of really bad problems, but I was never really, like, bored, right? Some things were confusing and weird, but I wasn't, like, bored. It's over here. And by the end of 15, man, I really gave a shit about the characters. I really did. But the problem is, like, the gameplay's not great. You know, the magic system isn't great. It's got some fun extra stuff, though. It really does. Fishing is a lot of fun. Fishing almost is more fun than the base combat.
Still here.
Combat looks cool.
After all these years.
But it's really amplified by, you know, Royal version where you can switch characters.
You're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without us.
We'll be waiting here.
Thank you. We won't be long. All right. Hop in, boy.
Have I tried Final Fantasy X? I played it when it came out. I beat it in like the first, 2 weeks it was out.
Hasn't changed at all.
I loved it.
The rookery's right through those trees.
I loved Final Fantasy X when it first came out, man. And then I completely forgot about the game.
Race you there? I bet I could
later on.
You.
It's one of those games that like I really enjoyed playing it, but it just didn't stay with me like at all.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal.
I actually wish the game went even harder on Clive and Torgal's relationship.
For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
Almost wish like there was even ways to camp out and recover health just so you can get like the image of like Clive and
That's not the
Torgal,
way back to the boat, Torgal.
like sleeping on top of each other, like him just like resting on like the dog.
Right.
'Cause he's so big. I almost like wish that stuff was able to, like you were able to recount tales from Rosaria and stuff with the dog. Instead of just like this moment right here. I wish it was splintered throughout the whole game. And I wish Torgal was an actual thing that you could upgrade, right? That was pretty... I mean, now that we're at the end of all things, what the heck, man? How did we get to a point where I can't do anything here? Like that, I think that is genuinely disappointing. Where there was nothing. Like, maybe if you recount stories with the dog, it increases your bond or something, but that's a big RPG thing, right? Like, I feel like there could be so many things that you could have done here. And he just is... He's an attack accessory. That's all he really is. And he doesn't really... By halfway through the game, he's not really, like, worth using anymore because you're just a god, right? Ah, man. Man. Yo, and Hail Burrito, thanks for the 10 gift subs, dude.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Charged sword goes in the chamber. Yeah. Torgal's attack potency. Well, there's something, right? Makes the attacks better.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
Is everybody hanging out with me now? You guys gonna follow me or what? You guys gonna follow me or what? I'm going over here. Come on. There's a lich over here? Oh god, oh god. And you are melted. Goodbye. Goodbye. Let's see. We got anything on the old abilities? I think this game thrives. Absolutely thrives in the moments of gameplay. Right? In the moments of big set piece gameplay. And ability driven like gameplay stuff. Like it's almost like it really is an action. It's an action game. It is an action game. And in those moments where you get like all the action gamey stuff, it is fucking amazing. It's so good. I could probably afford another limit break. Yeah, that's a good idea. And I love it for that. If that stuff wasn't as good as it is, I would probably like personally give this game like a 6 or a 7. However, because it is so good, it's like I think I give this game personally an 8.5, like so far. I think I give it critically an 8, and I personally give it like an 8.5. But those things are handled so well, right? They're crazy good. Flare. Impulse. But here's the funny thing. I give FF15 Royal version like a 9, and I give it personally like critically like a 9, and I give it personally a 9.5. Like I really liked 15, dude. Granted, I don't know what the experience is like in the vanilla version of the game. I've heard some really bad things. Some really bad things. This one a master satellite. Hold on. Yeah, vanilla 15 was a solid like 7 out of 10. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. But I didn't play that game. And a lot of people said, I hate this part of it. And it's like, I hate the combat. And I'm like, well, the combat in the version I played was pretty good. Like, it was not obviously great, but it was okay because I could switch characters. And that wasn't in the vanilla version, dude. It was not there. Did I play the multiplayer? I did not. No, I did not. Trial and error for Gap.
Sid, I was wondering.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the high points of this game are definitely better than anything in FF15 for sure. For sure.
As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Maybe I can start doing some of these hunts and stuff while we're getting this. This is the Gav one, right, chat? I think this is the Gav quest.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
This leads to the Gav quest, yeah. So what should we be doing? Where are our majority big quests? So Dalmekia, the Sickle, Tabor, Titan's Wake, Sickle, Tabor, and Dalmekia. Okay, hold on a second. Somewhere around here. Did I finish the story? That's what we're doing right now. Here. God, I wish I could keep these things. I have to like take pictures of them. There was also the Sickle. Oh, Titan's Wake is also where something is down here. So I'm assuming that maybe this is something down here? Maybe? Maybe? Try.
Good girl.
Yeah.
I'm getting some flashbacks. I think I did this before. Right? I came down here before and did this. Oh no, this is the dogs. The freak dogs. Oh, I'm getting fucking mauled. Holy shit. Don't maul me! Stop mauling me! Hey, That's Balenciaga 12 over there.
It's over.
Damn, those are all dead dogs. It's funny. Yeah, it's funny to even go back and look at the stuff that this game does super well. Better than more of the modern Final Fantasies. Because, like, I think 16, 15 still counts as a modern Final Fantasy in my opinion, right? I think so. I think so. Did I like the Odin fight? I thought it was fine. I thought it was fine. Thought it was fine. Yeah, that's about it. I thought it was fine.
Come on.
Like, to me, it's like 16 or 15, 7 remake, and 16 are like the big ones. And seeing what their perspective is on like the RPG now. Odin fight was like a DMC3 virtual fight? Yes, without like the stakes. You know, I don't know. The DMC3 Virgil is a bit... Something about that. Something about like the build-up to the Odin fight wasn't as high stakes as like the DMC3 Virgil fight.
All right. This might take a while.
Problem is that the things that set up earlier in the game are just so good. Like the icon fights and stuff that they set up earlier are friggin' amazing. Birds, no thank you. Yeah, I think it's also that Barnabas sucks. Like, even in game, your character's like, will you shut the fuck up? Will you shut up? He's so preachy and shitty, and he has, like, no personality. The thing being preachy and shitty. Gotta be up there. Yeah, Titan and obviously Bahamut's incredible. The Bahamut fight is... It almost feels like you're playing a different game. Heck?
You deserve a rest.
Oh, this is a chest. At the demolitionist. Magic burst damage 15. Okay.
Ready, go?
Oh, what? Oh dear, found it. Oh, it's a thick boy. Okay. Let's whittle him down a little bit. There's something I can do.
It's me you want. I'm right here.
Gonna save it. It's actually kind of easy to stun. Oh my god, I got hit by that? You gotta be kidding me. Nice. Nice. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Be good for something.
And don't come back.
Okay. Nazir, Northreach. Jesus, where the hell's Northreach again? Not over here, it's like over here. It's up here. Yeah, it's this one. There you go. I forgot another Hunt of the Desert. Didn't I get both of them? Didn't I get both of them?
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I'm nervous.
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid.
Oh, of course. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes.
I am. But I swore I'd face him.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just it taught me what one man can do. And I've been training ever since, so that one day, I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out.
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
Tweet, tweet. Where's my chicken?
Run like the wind.
We're gonna have to save this guy, aren't we? Out of the way, you. I'm doing all the side quests? No, not all the side quests.
Ember really is ready. Or maybe not.
Just the ones that have like big story stuff.
Damn it.
Oh, blue one.
Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Yeah, what's the counter thing where you can like...
him, you'll have to go through me.
Counter and switch and... Hold on a second. There's like a way to counter and switch to the other ability. Maybe it was on the ice thing? God damn. I don't know, I'm trying to figure this out. There's a way to like build the Zansetsuken like really fast. You do not need to switch. Was it during a parry? Yeah, it was parry. You can't parry with Odin's sword because it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. Hold on a second.
Nice try.
And then after that, you do what? And then you do what exactly?
Glad you're here.
Gotcha. So I hit the parry.
Slow.
Dead chicken. You can parry with Odin's sword or use your regular sword, then switch to Odin to get the mechanic. Yeah. So what is it? You parry and then you do... It's like something, right? When you hit the parry window... I'm trying to remember what the heck it is. You just attack after? Is it just attack? Okay.
Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
Yeah, it's when the game goes into slow-mo, then you switch and attack. Yeah, we were doing it before, and it gives you an immediate, like, level. Like a full level, and it's like, oh shit, that's good. Increases down thrust damage? What was that? Not bad. Yeah, parrying's hard in the game just because you have to know when the enemies are attacking you. Corel. Go kill it. The Kashik Corel. That's a god. What the hell? I did it wrong.
Let darkness fall!
Trying to get it. Trying to get it. I'm just really, really bad at it. There it is. Gotcha. Where do I have to switch? Yeah, I get it. You have to switch to like the, you have to switch here. Wait, right. You have to switch to this thing to make sure the sword's enabled, and then you get it. Okay. It's a bit easier when you play with the Sword of Odin.
Good girl.
You don't have to, like, you know, actively switch. Want to finish the game this stream? I don't know. Yeah, we're kind of... I don't know how many more of these quests we got. We did Torgal's quest. We're doing Gab's quest. We did Jill's quest. We did the quest for Joseph. I think this might be the last big one. And I still got to go hunt all the other shit.
Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you.
Dion quest, yeah.
I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job?
He's back.
I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
This won't be an easy decision.
Back home.
You should have seen.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not. Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the Cursebreakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid.
Damn, I don't think I've used pile drive in forever. I think Dion's quest isn't... Oh, I gotta go back to the reading table. Hey, there's the Gav quest.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Eda's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need. A feather.
That or the bird whose oar sits attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive.
Globe trotting. I'm like, does that Ambrosia? Does she count?
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
I think I'll also stock up while I'm here. Cram on potions.
Anything catch your eye? Thanks very much. Much obliged. There you go.
I should be using the strength tonics. I never do that shit. When we, you know, blast ass open. merchants and artists here.
Just because the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone? Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Viceroy?
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right.
Es muy difícil. I don't think I've ever run to this side. No, I have.
Look, Daddy. Shining so brightly.
Did you hear that Martha's been turning travellers away?
Hell's this thing at?
Scouts have reported seeing more Akashic on Rhiannon's blade.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true.
That's down here, right? Yeah.
But since I'm already here,
We're gonna go meet Rihanna. Rihanna?
Ready, go? Can hardly make out.
just the one of you, eh?
Kashik clam.
Tracks. By bandits for a change.
Then we're back here. I think we had another quest that ended up in this area.
More tracks. And these look fresh.
Yeah, Kashik enemies are kind of lame.
The chocobo was here.
It's the same thing.
Recently. Perhaps it still is. I don't hear anything.
Hey, I got a feather. Found what?
Well, I'll be damned. It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
Yeah, and it's like, what else can you do with that quest? Right? What else can you do with it? I'm trying to think. Like, you're not gonna fight it. Maybe you can, like, chase it down with your own chocobo? Maybe they're, like, running away and you have to, like chase them down through all the marshes and stuff until you catch up to one of them and then click on it. You know, got him.
It was no trouble at all.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystal's crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Not really. Kind of just walked to someplace and it was there.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go.
Damn, you cut that up quick.
What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Now will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
No, for the childbirth minigame. Push! Push! Now this game turns into, you know, Yakuza at that point.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby.
A babe.
To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
Sotenbori, thank you.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
A wee babe.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
He'd be Sid number 3. I get it.
I may have had one too many.
You may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Good scene. Also good side quest. Do we need to, like Dion's quest? Is it up here? Do we need to activate something inside the book? Dion's quest is via tomes, okay.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me. But I can speak to her at least.
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she
Who the hell are you?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job.
Back to Martha's
My job,
Rest.
actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
If she's not moved on already, yes. I hope everything's all right.
Why would Doris insist on going alone?
Thank God for fast travel. Although there's no in-betweens in any of these zones, you know, they just like carry over.
Doris should be somewhere nearby.
That's the difference I think that FF7 Rebirth is gonna have. I think zones are gonna be sequential, chat. I don't think it's gonna be like a harsh... I think the world is gonna be consistent. And I don't think there's like, you know, zone ends here. I don't think it's gonna be that way. I think it's gonna be the whole world is traversable, you know? Everything you'll be able to go to and run from one side to the other, if not jump on a boat and go to one thing to the other, you know? A lot different than this game, which is just like wide zones.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
2
How goes
discs.
the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
Okay. Yeah, we need like banter on the characters that are hanging out with me. I haven't had Jill once say that she needs a shower, right? Not a single time. She never says she could use a shower. What the fuck? What kind of game is this? Would kill for a shower. What kind of game is this? Literally unplayable. Oh, this is up there. So.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
Just seeing Tekken 8, am I converting to being a Tekken player? I mean, I'm not converting to be an anything player. No, it's amazing. I'll play a shit ton of it. It's great. But, you know, I prefer not to bind myself to only like one thing. I think that's pretty limiting.
Good.
Can I nuke these guys with Bahamut or some shit?
How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste. Lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins.
You
I
feckless
presume your men are
bumpkin.
ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
Here.
You're welcome to try.
I have a mage. Hey, can you stop, like, healing all these people? That's a lot. Goodbye, buddy. Oh, this poor guy. This poor guy. Dude, that gave me 3 levels. Like, that one parry into Odin Blade gave me 3 levels. I was like, whoa. That's extremely good.
So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid.
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger? Care to swear that blade to me again?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right. If you're certain.
I am. And thank you for everything. Now, I better let these bearers know that they're safe.
She just walks away. That's it.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
I'll go back home now. You go back home now.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sandbreak. Went quietly, or so we're told. And she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry. She'll be alright.
I hope so. Suppose you should know, eh?
They're talking! Oh,
you had
God!
quite the past yourself before you came here.
They're talking!
So I
What the
understand.
hell?
Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris. And you, of course.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
She was arrested? Good. Should be executed? Dope. The system works. Any other big priority quests? Because I want to start hunting, man. I want to start hunting these last hunts. Are there any big, like, really good priority quests we got to do? Continue the Dory's quest, part 2?
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter, and something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point, and it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless.
Silver.
Bearers no one would miss.
And Scoozroar, thanks for the tier 1.
Better for
Dejanaz.
her. Bearers with no
Shadow
one to look
Active.
after them.
Sotenbori, thank you, everybody.
When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison
Chadley?
lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Okay, I have to try this stupid thing. I must. I have to try this goofy thing. I just need to use it on something, right?
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by Akashic. I need to hurry.
Speaking of which. This is still going. It lasted obscenely long. It lasted at like a hilarious amount of time. And accessories to buff its damage. Alright. Let's do it. Reduces flare breath cooldown time, and that's probably not what we want. Satellite. There we go. 12% increase. Looks like there's a bunch of bombs over here and shit. I have to like aim it. Well, that thing's dead. I mean, it probably would be good with Lightning Rod. A good way to cash out the end of Lightning Rod, maybe. Oh, you can't use it when jumping or flying? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, more of a Bahamut stuff should be usable when you're in Bahamut mode.
The gates. No, it's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the Wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn.
I'll shut up now, I guess.
Locked up tight.
Key? Designates the facility as a prison for the detainment of bearers, both foreign and domestic. Purpose of the facility is to rear and train Akuza beasts for deployment in the field. The aforementioned purpose of the matter is strictest source secrecy and any mention. Punishable by death. Bearers have been provided slowly for the pursuit of aforementioned purposes. Express permission. Okay.
So this place was no ordinary prison.
It's a weird prison.
And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Get some weird thing to fight in here. That's good. That's good. Oh, it's a weird thing to fight? Sit here and torch the... Problem is that it's not very, like, interactive, you know? You just torch this bitch.
Quiet.
No sign of any bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
You just, like, torch them.
Caution, brother.
We're not alone.
Yeah, if it was a set it and forget it kind of thing, it would be okay. A lot of Bahamut stuff is like that, you know? Since the place charges felt insufficient resources to defeat the Kuza entrusted to our care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bearers assigned to fight beside it in the mock battle conducted in part of the training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way, suggesting that live bearers may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While this behavior is unexpected, it is not unwelcome. Bearers no longer of use to training purposes cannot be repurposed as required.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared.
Pretty shitty. It was as long as we recognize especially aggressive species. This being the case, we hope this is a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. Exercise conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It is proposed that instead, bearer captives be employed in order to draw the enemy focus, and beast then drive the fray in order to achieve the maximum benefit with minimal loss to Waluda lives.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that. Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
Back.
No luck downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and... it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Now I go downstairs.
see what we can find down here.
Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do this with this goofy ass ability. It's just not that much fun. It's like, you know, the beam, the Bahamut beam is like the same exact thing, but just better and more enjoyable. Right? It's funny. It's like a little mini Bahamut beam. The F. Over there.
Survivor. And she sounds close.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. You must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live.
Jesus, this thing is fucking crazy looking. Is it a behemoth? Like a crazy behemoth? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Who's a beast?
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen. Let darkness fall!
Oh my god. That's not gonna work out.
Let's try.
Big legs.
Let's try.
Whoa, 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 the back of your legs hit me? Oh my god, I wasn't ready for that. Big shit. Oh, it's just dead. Oh. Oh, it's dead. Oh, I wasn't even... I was about to break 200k. Oh. Okay. Oh, it died very hard. It's super dead. I wasn't even done.
Finally.
No, it didn't take that long, Clive, actually.
Sid, are you hurt?
Oh, it died pretty fast, actually. Clive.
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Cool blue behemoth.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize.
It's good this bearer stuff is coming back at the end of the game because it was really gone for a long time.
To the bitter end to save her.
At least in these side quests.
That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Hyde Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
Rip and tear until it is done. Oh, that opened up a hunt. So, what's the last thing? A couple of mystery ones, another S rank, thank God. Chocobo and Dhalmekia. Chocobo and Dhalmekia, and a couple of things in Waloed. So the sickle. You gotta go to the sickle. There it is. Okay. Alright. Over here.
Come on. Run like the wind.
Yeah, last red chocobo I remember running into in any game was like tactics. And the red chocobo, you can get a party member and they're godlike. Republican War Panther. Bye. The sickle. So it's just got to be out here or like in the side or something? Yeah, it's probably on the side. Hillgigus. Shitty goblins. I'll take your money. See you later. Hoping this thing is down here. And it's not. We fought another creature down here before. Dang it. I do the trials when I run into them, pretty much. As soon as I see one, I just do it. That was a big waste of time. Maybe it's down here? Crap, it was down the easy one. Shit. The chicken. Damn, it looks pissed.
That's no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken.
Okay.
Too slow.
Oh, I got hit. Oh my god, it keeps slapping. There's no stagger gauge? Piece of shit chicken. You done? Okay. Jesus. Chicken just started nuking everything. Jill's over there just getting blown up off screen. Alright.
Poor beast. There was nothing I could do.
Yeah, it had no stagger bar. How weird, yeah. Okay, anything else out here? Probably not. Back home. Other stuff was in Waloed. And I don't remember where. Oh. Yo, Darudes, thanks for the 20 months. Silver and Scoos. Dejanaz, thanks everybody.
You today, Clive. Come to claim your just desserts? Here you are. Come again. I may have...
Damn, so many of these things. What's the thing that helps me, like, charge stuff again? .2 seconds? What the hell? Thunderstorm increases lightning rod damage by 9%. That does hit a lot, right? That does hit a lot. Try doing that.
All for ya.
Some massive ass damage. Okay, so there's some goober. Estla, Waloed, Estla, and Halfcomb. Estla and Halfcomb. Alright, here we go. Somewhere in here. Yo, Mad Virus, thanks for the 31 months. Oisla. Is it just sitting in here?
Welcome back to the stage.
Probably is... on the way this way. There's another thing down in Halfcomb. This dead town. Oh, he's just chilling here. You little goober.
How the hell did it cross the strait?
Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay, I got it. He's slapping the fuck out of me though. Piece of shit. Oh, guys, beating the shit out of us. Oh, God. You little piece of shit. Oh, you goblin punch me? Get the hell out of here. This guy just sits here and goes, and starts like tatsuing his ass all over the place. Yeah, we're getting all these mobs lately that have no, like stagger gauge.
Here.
The guy put up more of a fight than Behemoth, yeah, because he didn't have stagger. Good for him. Take his helmet for crafting. God, the game looks so good. So half comb is where the other one is.
Let's go. Run like the wind.
Where's this guy at? Oh, this is still blocked off down here? How's that even possible? We're at the end of the game, dog. How's that even possible? This thing is still blocked off? Yeah, specifically for a side quest or some shit. Some kind of side quest somewhere.
You deserve a
I was about to
rest.
say, it's gotta be in here. Big ol' horny tail. I know you.
Look who's here to meet us. Pity they don't seem fond of visitors.
Biggest of fucks. My brain! Goddamn. I tried to interrupt it. Taking it. Piece of shit. Oh, I've been set aflame. Nice. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. It dead now, that's for sure.
I've had warmer welcomes.
Lightning Rod plus Dancing Steel gives a guaranteed level 5. Dancing Steel? Oh, this effing thing. Yeah, I keep forgetting about this. Yeah, we'll try it. Okay. Yeah, the wind-up time, you have to find a time to nail it. Alrighty. Well, that's dead. Edge of Infinity down here. We've been to. It's funny how it just disappears. Where do we go from here? Like back. Last couple hunts. Yo, Krillin Gaming, thanks for the prime. What's left on this thing? A couple big ones. So the Croc and Zambrek. The Waluda army captured such beasts and tried to train them to serve, but this particular specimen's training has long since ceased. Whether its captors turned to Kashyyyk with the rest of their comrades were eaten by their pet when it broke free from its bonds, we shall never know. All we do know is that there is none left alive who knows the words to put an end to its rampage. Only a show of force will suffice. Okay, so it's somewhere in Walud. We gotta go to the Croc and Sambrek.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. Finished, are you?
Okay, to the Croc. Sambrek. Le Croc. Huh? Le Croc. Not seeing it. You guys see it? Like Croc? That's not it. You saw it? Shit. Hornfield, Clairview. The right? Dragon's Airy. Eastwatch. Aha, there it is. I think we've been there before. I think I've actually been there before. No shit. Yeah, the Bomb King was there before. It's funny another hunt is showing up there.
I can walk from here.
The Croc? That ain't it. Here.
Come on. Yeah. Thanks, girl.
Bye-bye. Oh, it's one of these goddamn things. Oh, good. Orb. Balls.
Only one thing for it.
Oh, man. Weird, it wasn't going up.
Let's try.
Oh, this thing is dead as shit. This thing is dead as shit. It still gave me like almost the full amount, you know? That thing died effing fast, bro. Here's my Sunday best.
Sweet.
Zap. So somewhere in Ash is where we gotta go now. For the big fight. Where would it be? Edge of Infinity, maybe? Right? Maybe the Edge of Infinity? Maybe also this place down here? It's like a pretty decent idea. Right? Last hunt is very easy to spot. I have not been to the edge. I guess I'll go down here. It's a big space. Yeah, we did most of the side quests. We're at the vinyl hunt now. You know, just looking around for where this last thing is. Already opened that. I did.
Ready, go?
That ain't it. Hunters. That wasn't it. Maybe it's in the Angry Gap? I don't know. Mr. Ham, thanks for the prime. I'll just go past Estella. Or here.
Let's go.
Stuck on a rock. Oh, this I already did. No, this one I already did. Yeah, this was another hunt. We're going here. This was another hunt. This was a big orc magic guy that we killed. So...
Fly, Ambrosia.
It's just a gate, right? Just a gate. Crap. Hi, gentlemen. Ariman?
No holding back. Straight home now.
See anything big and crazy down here?
Too slow.
Not down here? Getting shot at. How is it just chocobos? I don't think I see anything big down here. I don't.
Run like the wind.
What the heck is that? Oh, it's just a guy. Kashik Lindworm. Dang it. Well, what's the opposite end of this? The last stuff over there. Oh. That's definitely it. Another behemoth? Alright. Alright. A big one. King Behemoth? Hey, there we go. As it should be.
I don't know who you are as guard dogs. There's less enemies too.
Holy shit ass. Oh, double hits. Don't like that. Look at him drag his face across the floor. Oh god, I've been pounced. Didn't want to do that. I'll take it. Okay, here we go. Holy shit, that is so fast. Maybe we kill him in the next one. Damn, this poor guy. This poor guy. Behemoths are so squishy in this one, man. Every single behemoth we fought, they're like weirdly squishy, right? They just sort of die. Cool.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Okay. All right. Back to the hideaway, see if we can make this goddamn rung. It's like I can't make it yet. Yeah, Svarog was still the best one. So I need dark steel from some kind of a hunt of some kind. Yeah, I just need one piece of dark steel. And I don't know which side quest hunt that involves, but it definitely is a hunt that we haven't gotten, right? We're missing some hunts all over the place here. Yeah, everything else here is dead. Okay. There's something in Northreach. New management in Northreach? Okay. Go check that out. Can you craft the Ragnarok? Yeah, that was a long time ago.
The Dominion's all but done for.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
And you're just gonna fall into love?
I don't trust this Duke.
Oh, Clive. What am I to do? My wards and I may soon be without a home.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne.
and taken up residence here in Northreach.
The High Cardinal.
Leader of the Council of Elders, second only to his Radiance at the head of the Imperial government. Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title, the Duke of Oriflamme.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold.
Oh dear.
A foundation upon which to build a new Sambrec. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they deserve in his empire. One built on the confiscated property of the people.
No, we've been doing nothing but side quests and hunts all night. We're like,
I have used
4 hours
every
deep into
means
just
of
doing side
persuasion
quests.
to discourage him from this folly. But for whatever reason, he will not listen to me.
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around.
Yo, Zeta Revolution. Ultimate Weapon, thanks for the gift sub. Mr. Ham Krillin Gaming, appreciate it, guys.
Speaking out against one of the most powerful men in Sambrec. A man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve, and to improve the soldiers' lot within it. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel, and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers them a vision of strength.
Everyone's saying this side quest sucks.
Safety. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the support of his men, if it did not cost him his life. But given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable. The people have little appetite for further deprivation, least of all when it serves only to elevate others.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke on my behalf?
Sure.
For your services to Northreach.
Yeah.
And unlike Philippe, well,
I will.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Tell
You're
me
welcome.
then, where will I find this Duke of Oriflamme? In the garrison?
overseeing the troops.
All right.
We may have met this Duke before.
I'm gonna talk to everybody
At the remembrance ceremony.
very fast.
Let's hope we didn't make a strong impression.
Yeah, there's too many quests that are just like walk across town, talk to this guy, listen to what they say, run back, done. You know? There's just way too many quests that are like that. Nothing interesting happens in between.
Halt.
MMO shit, yeah. Pretty much.
Oh, sorry about that. You got... No, wait.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek, or...
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact, but no more. For it...
Why here, Your Eminence? Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
Oh my god. Oh god, my god. I just need the thing to kill.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
It's great talking to that guy. It's really great. That guy.
Half of what comes in is barely fit for pressing.
The garrison salvaged what they could from...
It's also great talking to that guy. What a great guy. Everyone here is kind of shitty too. Remember when I came here last time, everyone was kind of an asshole. Where's my slaves? Kind of people.
Sell anything today?
You have something. Purchasing power.
Welcome.
I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
Me too. Bye-bye.
Well, the people seem united enough.
Oh my wow. You were right. Okay, no, you guys were right. This is run around and talk to everybody, the side quest. Holy shit.
You.
You. You. I want the thing to kill.
We already have a leader in the team.
You. I swear to God, if it opens up 3 more, I swear to God.
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
Only 1 more.
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
Captain, do you have a
Bye.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
Nice talking to you again. That might have taken us like 40 minutes. Realistically, 20. Didn't get the item we need, but unlocks this.
Do you have a moment?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. The town was left all but unguarded, and though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength.
Of course.
I'll help. I will fight the thing.
Thank you, Clive. Philippe.
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his wreck.
Nice hat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do want to get on with it. My ever-growing desire to get on with it.
I would speak with this Duke.
What does the dame have to say about all this? So you are content to abandon the... Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must...
He is quite supercilious, isn't he?
That's exactly what I am doing, milady.
RKBM, thank you very much,
Trying
dude.
to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Yeah, the fiends. I'm gonna get them. Don't worry. I'm gonna get those fiends. Yeah, we're on to get fiends. Okay, there we go. Got on with it. I do hope by the time this game does come out on PC that they like rebalance Final Fantasy mode to, you know, to actually work like right off the bat. You know, like you can just choose it at the start of the game. Because right now it's like obviously not balanced for that, right? More enemies appear. I have a funny feeling.
Let's try.
The hell? I did nothing.
This one.
You know, it fills up your Zen meter, but it barely even did that. Yeah, I think you have to, I think for the Zansetsuken, you have to have the, what's it called? The orb? Lightning rod. And it really works.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me.
Hi, Philippe. How's it going? I have to upgrade it, too.
Right? I am. But it seems the reports were true. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be... You head back to Northreach.
I will. I'll see what I gotta do to upgrade it. I might need a few more points. Upgrade plus item is 4.5 level in one go.
The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. But now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Brandit.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griega.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
Oh, fuck. No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caernarvon and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame? What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
You dumb bitch. Sorry.
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I've fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
I want to see like a whole sea of Akashic shitheads. And then I just, you know, Bahamut beam all their asses.
When the fight begins,
Yeah, Zansetsuken at the ready.
Come on.
Yeah!
That's like the crazy power level difference is that Clive could take out like 100 enemies, no problem with these abilities.
There are so many of them.
It's like a few.
Not for long.
Finished.
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun.
Oh dear. Excuse me, goddamn. Now. Well, that thing's dead. Well, that thing is dead. Wasn't that bad. See? Wasn't that bad. For Northreach.
That looks to be the last of them. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Let's just go back home. Highest staggered DPS I've gotten, like 160,000. Could have gone longer.
Clive, it's good to see you.
Yes, we did it.
Can we get you anything? There's no need to worry any longer.
I didn't have an extra hunt in there.
I saw several soldiers
Not yet.
being carried to the Vale.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very
The quest
least
finishes,
you
they
deserve.
unlock. Cool.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Cranking 72. Orichallium! Is that what we needed? We needed like dark steel or something weird, right? There was something else we needed. Probably from the hunt that this unlocks, most likely. Yeah, dark steel. Go see if a hunt unlocked. It's weird that hunts are unlocked via this thing, you know? Yeah. An A rank. The Grim Reaper and San... Ooh, 2. Cool. Cool. Let's save these. It's too late now. We have to also find how to unlock those hunts. So we gotta do that. And if I run into those icon trials, I will do them. Yeah, because the icon trials have been kind of fun. No, I definitely don't think this is a Game of the Year contender. I do not. I think it's a game that does some stuff extremely well, but you can't ignore the stuff that happens in between that. Yeah, we need quests that link directly to hunts. Stuff like that. Do any of the swords you get increase iconic abilities? No, that's also a gripe of mine. Your swords don't do anything but increase your damage. That's it. And the stagger. That's it. Hang on. So, is Dion's quest activated over here? Is Strangers of Paradise a better game than 16? No. No, I had definitely more fun with this game than Strangers of Paradise. Personally. Last Cyril quest. Is it the Lost Tome? Oh, let's change the title. Hold on. You would prefer the sword have an upgrade tree? Well, they can't do that because that's what FF7, you know, remake did. You know what? And I mean, people get pissed off that and call me like, you know, a Final Fantasy VII shill for comparing this, but it is the only comparison we have, dude. There is only so many Final Fantasy games that are considered modern Final Fantasies, right? Final Fantasy 15, 7 Remake, and this. That's it. I don't think you would technically throw Kingdom Hearts in that. That's something different. So I've played all of those games. I played 15, and I really liked Royal version. We're almost done with this, and I played 7 Remake a lot. So what works the most throughout each one of those games, right? And I think that's important. I think it's important to see which thing works, because none of them execute perfectly in either way, right? 15 obviously has problems. 7 Remake obviously has problems, but to my opinion, is the best executed of all of these so far, just in general. But still obviously has issues. Is it The Search of the Lost Tome, chat? Is that the one? It is, okay. Yeah, FF7 Remake had issues in some things that felt aggressively like padding, which was the sewers and the drum. And some parts in between where you're doing some Aerith stuff. But a huge portion of this game feels like padding. Feels like I've spent so much of this game just traveling from point A to point B to talk to people. Like, so way too much. Like, we're talking like 10 to 15 hours worth of time dedicated to that. Alright, so let's get this started. Luck the diamonds, why mad Dave Broden is what asks you to aid in personal matter. Will be one of the benefits of the cause. The exists ancient text. So interest them on your possession as a deemed crime. It's a chance to encounter one and tell them from a distance. It sparked me with a galactic curiosity which burns to the very day unless you're aiding or recovering that text. Sure.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Yeah, no, I do agree. This feels like an offline FF14 in the same exact way Final Fantasy XII felt like an offline Final Fantasy XI. That was beneficial to the game in some ways and also detrimental.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
You think 16 will not be game of the year? It's game of the century for a little portion of the community? I mean, that's true. That's true with every Final Fantasy game, though, right? There are people that think Final Fantasy 12 is the best Final Fantasy of all of them. There's a large chunk of people that also feel that Final Fantasy 13 is fucking incredible. And you're just weird that you don't get it. I mean, you're describing every fandom, you know? You're describing, like, every fandom there is. Harpo Crates, talk to me, bro.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers, a tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors.
They just come in and yoinked it?
What drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
And my hunt was doomed from the first.
Yeah, this is like the Final Fantasy 16 Patriots.
But I'd pluck it from thin air.
Played Vagrant Story 25 years ago.
Thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Waloed. Waloed. Okay, now we're, actually, we should probably check, hunts in Waloed. We killed a couple things there just recently. Do you think Vagrant Story deserves a remake, Stir? I think Vagrant Story would be interesting with a port. I think some very minor quality of life changes would probably help that game a lot. Because Vagrant Story is a very confusing and obtuse game that is super cool. And I only got so far into it like 25-ish years ago when I played it. Because it's fucking hard, man. You really gotta pay attention. And if you're not like paying attention to that shit, you get fucked up. So yeah, it needs some stuff that wouldn't be as like awkward and sort of hard to follow, because there's a lot of things to think about when you're playing Vagrant Story. Map. Dang it. I would take even like a Chrono Cross, you know, style port of it. I really would. I think that'd be fine. It's over there, okay. Yeah, no, I think Clive's journey in this game is really good. I think one of the his transition and what he goes through, it's like he's seeking vengeance and strife, and then he turns into like a good guy that just wants to help people around him. That is good. The problem is that he's not challenged. Right? There's only one part of the game where he's challenged, and it's involved the Waloed guy. It's involving Odin, and it feels kind of ham-handed. It doesn't feel like it's earned. Even from the people around him, there's only one moment in the game when people like disagree with Clive in any way at all. And it's when he gets punched by his brother, and then they just completely ignore it after. Clive needs... The characters don't have banter or disagree with each other. Everyone's just either good friends or good guys. And then you have the other side, which is like literal slave owners that like feed slaves to monsters. So there's very little gray area in between, right? Which is kind of odd, because everyone's either a good guy or a horrible shithead. Sembrek. These are both in Sembrek, okay. No, I don't think Clive is a Mary Sue, really. He earns everything. He earns what he goes through. But I'm saying that like through a character's like through the progress of the story, he doesn't have other characters around him that like challenge him in some ways or disagree with him. There's bad guys, and then he kills bad guy. That's about it. There's almost like no banter between characters because everyone just is out to do the same thing, and they just are all doing the same thing, you know? That's what kind of messes up the interest in the world for me, is that part of it. Where it's like, every place we go to is full of a bunch of evil shitheads. And, you know, it's pretty, but they're full of evil slave-driving shitheads. So, gotta blow up the crystal. Let's go here. I feel like Clive goes through his most interesting arc in the first quarter of the game. Clive is super interesting when him and Cid are figuring each other out. That's when I really enjoy the story of this game, is when Cid's around and he's learning from Clive, or Clive is learning from Cid. I think that part's great. Shit's amazing. I don't think Cid's death is entirely, you know, bad, or when it happens. I think it's deserved, and it makes sense because it does take the game to a new place. I mean, that's the biggest challenge of it, is that when the game does go to the new place at that point, it isn't nearly as interesting. It's like, it almost feels like a completely different game. In the wake of the tragic fire at Caer Norvent, subsequent depletion of the most highly practiced intelligencers, a mainland stronghold is instructed to resume the training of clandestine maneuvers, improvised weaponry, and assassination techniques. Dispatch promising volunteers for Stonehere inspection. Report details progress of the stronghold at Garrick. Okay.
This is a Royal Army logbook.
That's full of a bunch of shit. Tale of Wyvern. White flower, black of root, letter of which gives to the inky gall when cut or gush. The tribesmen of North Storm pick their skin with oaken needles soaked in such, drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is passing toxicate, that a single drop in mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to the wound, certain death. Should a slip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed, and he'd find favor among the heavens. Jesus. Yeah, that's about bearer tattoos. The Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Velestine folk tales than the humble Moogle, though they are occasionally painted mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps. Most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to keep sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest not remain but crumbs in the morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe, and so I know that one of them. I know. Everybody knows the Moogle are the stuff of legend. I quite agree with every legend has its. I mean, we talked to one. One hangs out at my house. Fall of the Bearers. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded, a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title commonly known as the contraction of the bearer of the heavenly blessing. The wording used by the tribunes of the time, these born of the blessing were lauded as living crystals, granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen one. Over the years, the reverence for the kind would become full-fledged religion, led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The divers nations at the time were unanimous in their disapproval of the founding of the church, while the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structure of state. They were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to hasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up the meeting by force. Hello, thank you. Jesus Christ. Hold on a second. D-Hoop, what the fuck? The church responded in the form of the procession continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a glowing rift between the born and the blessing and without. Yes, these are things we know. What began with the beatings and the street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed a greater part of the twins for a generation and decimated the population of the men and bearers. Deluge of blood, a stained land crimson, and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valestian people. After the bearers' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valestia came together to sign a continental accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across all realm. So it's pretty much how the bearers got to be the way they are. Bearers are other than human. It has the roots of a bitter war for years before. Being the unblessed only exist for excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies.
This is it.
Found it.
But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Let's go. I'm going to be attacked. I'm going to be attacked. For sure. Yo, D-Hoop, thanks for the 10,000 bits. What the hell? Excited to see you finish the game. Getting your own opinion for the entire game. Yeah, we'll see. See if anything changes in the final moments.
We've been watching you
From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle.
Nice necklace.
I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
I'm about to shit out 160,000 damage against all your little friends. And your big guy that I hope has a stagger meter so he can survive the blast. You guys realize that this is a very bad idea. Where's my dodge button? Hold step. Here we go. Oh, Joshua, I thought you were one of them. Ow, ow. I need to transform this guy. Try to get it. Let's get the parry. I want to get it. I'm gonna get it. I want to get the parry. Didn't get it. Got it. And you're dead. And goodbye. Goodbye. I told him. I warned him ahead of time.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable...
Damn, Omnicide, thanks for the bits, man. Holy shit.
Why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief...
Yeah, we get it. You're rewriting history.
So you're trying to control the truth.
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain.
Just show me the aliens already, man.
You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait.
Ah! I thought that was a picture of him running. And he was just gonna follow him. He was gonna chase his ass down the entire thing.
Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Hey, you. Hey, you big guy. Hey, big guy. Hey, you. That didn't work.
Nice try.
I'm gonna get this parry off. I want to try to get it. Got him. Let's give this guy the business. He ain't gonna live. Oh, you ain't been living through the first one. Dude, I still had a beam. Granted, I still had the entirety, the remaining of the Bahamut thing, and a beam. That shit was passing 180k, no problem, but the bitch had to die. Guy had to go and die on me. 100k before Gigaflare even went off. Can I actually afford my new ability? No, I need 2420. I'm almost there. Like, there's a reason I was fighting this stuff, right? Okay. Head back. Oh, yeah, camera's too big, too weird of a spot, sorry. Here's our talking camera location. There we go.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the Bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
I'll give it a shot. Ooh, that was a quest update? Ooh, it was a hunt update. Hunt date. Twas. It's all just A ranks? Dang it. So Waloed, Garnick in Waloed, and a couple places in Sembrek. Let's go to Waloed. Yo, Raging Fungus, thank you. Garnick. Garnick in Waloed. Literally where we just were. Funny. Chicken. I hear there's something to kill over here.
I can walk from here.
Oh, it's a Garuda enemy. I haven't seen one of these for a while. She has laser sword arms.
Harmon's madness lives on.
Oh, that was pretty simple. Oh god. Oh wow, choppy choppy. Here we go! I screwed up. Screwed up the rotation. I was gonna try to interrupt that. Yeah, I stopped getting blown up and juggled. Okay. It be dead, that's for sure. Yo, Applemon, thanks for the 34 months. Don't have our weird item yet. Bye-bye. The other thing was in Senbrek. I gotta go back to see. Names of things are weird. They kill a mob with a chocobo attack? No. I've whacked mobs with chocobo attacks. The Penitent's Gate and Cape Orsari. Okay. Oh god. This place is big. Cape Osire and Penitent's Gate. Oh, I'm in Dalmekia. It's in Sambrek. Sambrek. Baywatch. Hey, there's one. Horizon Rise? That's not it. Hey, okay, so there's the cape and something we haven't done before. Okay, so there's 3 things we can do out here. Great. Fantastic. Several things we can do out here.
And how might I help the garrison today?
Several things to fat.
Haven't seen any of those beastly.
God, man, the sun, the sky being shitty should for like a good chunk of the game should remove an entire point off the score. That shit's brutal. Like the entire rest of the game sucks to look at. Baywatch. Okay, let's go way up here.
Faster.
Left. Get up here. I don't think I ever came over here. Well, I'm here now. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Big Dragoon. He got his AF armor. He's ready to fight.
Outlaw! The one who drove His Highness to madness! On your knees!
He hasn't heard. And it doesn't look like he's willing to listen. Let's try.
Mirage dive? Cool. Gotcha. I think this guy's going to die now. Oh god, or I'm going to die now. Wait, did I not get the bonus? I didn't. Piece of shit. Where's my bonus? There it is. Why am I facing the wrong way? I need this to go off so I can kill you in one attack. Hey, you piece of shit asshole! It's done. This might be over. Dang it, I just missed it. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch lived. What an asshole.
Damn it. Theon would have been glad to have you back at his side.
Back scratches. Damn, yeah, I realized that I can do, I can actually, if I get Dancing Steel upgraded, I could do one level 5 Zansetsuken into another one. If I get the timing correctly. So how far away is this thing? We gotta go to Cape Osir.
Fly, Ambrosia.
The record is 8 with a single stagger. That's crazy. This cannon man. halfway over here. Forspoken is better than this? I didn't think so. I didn't really have much of an interest to play more of Forspoken after the demo. At least this game I'm going to finish, you know? Some creatures over here in the cape. Hey. Piece of shit. Bastards. Where's my big guy? It's not this Akashic Avis. Definitely isn't. Damn it! It jumped out of the way. And that explosion did a lot. Did a lot. So there's my thing over here. Oh, there's a whole bunch of mountain up here in this direction. Okay.
Good girl.
Or not. Or not. That's something? It is. Aha! A weirdo. Agni and Rudra? Prince of Death. Hey, don't throw that shit at me. Having a great time today, I really am. Having a really good time. Having a really good time. Let's try. Good. It begins. Spit on this bitch! Uh-oh. Soul Harvest, huh? What are we talking about? I tried to interrupt it. Whoa, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, this is... Once I get this thing leveled up, that shit gonna be crazy, right? Crazy. Oh! Oh, I got the dark steel. I can make the goddamn rung now. Could finally make it. Cool.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go do this thing because I haven't actually done it yet. God damn it, man. Yeah, I got it in the end when it's useless. After everything's dead, you know? Got flare breath and satellite. Okay. This move. So funny. God damn it. Too early.
Nice try.
Oh god, I didn't see that shit. Oh, that one had a bigger windup. Okay. All right. Now we got flare breath and oh, that's just this one. Okay. Next. Impulse and Satellite. Okay. So double shit. Oh, I can't see shit, Captain. Hey man, can't see you. Piece of shit. You hang out up there. To get up, man. Come on, give me a break here. Too late. Okay. Oh my god, you didn't give a shit. Okay. All right. Next. Yeah, we got a bunch of bonus time on that. I don't know what I did to get it, but holy shit. Yeah, if you get level 5 Mega Flare off, it gives you a huge time boost. So what do we got? Giga Flare and Impulse now? That's my setup. Oh my god. Okay. Dude, can we like... I am dodging my ass off. Stib. Kick. Oh, damn, boy. God, piece of shit. Oh, I'm so pissed. That has invulnerability. Okay, okay, okay. Gotta line these guys up. There we go. Got it. Got it. Well, they're dead. Damn, I have 4 minutes for the final boss. Holy shit. Well, the stagger damage is going to be big. That's for sure. What are you going to give me, though? Oh, the magic guy. This guy's hard to dodge. So I got Flare Breath and Giga Flare. Oof, gross. Gross. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is getting rough, boys. That sucks. I couldn't see it. Oh, this guy is toast. Oh no. Oh no, this guy is toast. Alright. Fuck you, steroid Shrek. Ooh, what is the Giga Flare thing? Giga Flare damage? Okay, so that makes sense because Giga Flare is crazy damaging. That makes sense. Alright, that one was fun. Yo, Darko Design, thanks for the 59 months. Okay, let's head back home. I think that might have been all the hunts, right? That might have been all the hunts.
There's something about it.
Yeah, maybe one more is unlocked, but unless it's like an S rank, then I think I'm good, you know? I got everything to get the goddamn rung. You're missing one, but it just gives you a trophy? I see. It's in some kind of quest somewhere. Yeah, I think I'm good. Oh, it is an S rank? Oh, shit. It is an S rank. Okay. Alright.
What do you want? No scratches, alright? Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Can I reinforce it? I think that shit's it. So here's the goddamn rung. It's okay. Thought it'd be glowing or some shit. There we go. Slightly better than the one before. Just a little bit better than the one before. Do we... So last S rank hunt, does anybody know the quest that takes to get to it? For the last S rank quest?
Must we away? I await your word.
One with Tarja. Which one is the one of Tarja? Out of the Shadows? Not here? Maybe it's the reading table? Starts with Tears of Mercy? Okay. It's the infirmary one. Okay.
Glory to Griga.
What's happened?
Tarja's busy working herself into an early grave. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. Will you talk to her?
I know better than to order Tarja to do anything, but I'll speak to her.
Thank you.
Well, Tarja, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia. It's the only thing strong enough.
You wouldn't, Tarja. Surely. There must be something we can do for him.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodriguez.
I will. We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes.
Murder spiders.
Preserve it as best you can, but I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
What's the fastest way here? Actually, probably this way, funny enough. Maybe God of War Ragnarok? Yep, the full playthrough is on YouTube.
Got any more of those special elixirs?
Good girl. Faster!
$2? Oh my god, $5. You think I did all the S rank hunts? Are we saying this last thing isn't an S rank? I mean, I'm trying to think of all the S ranks I did, you know?
Rodriguez could have mentioned
Creepy
these
spooters.
spiders would be the size of curls. Okay.
Hey, you're still alive. Okay. Yeah, Doris' side quest, we did that one. Yeah, we did the blue behemoth. That was done. Yeah, I only want if it's an S rank hunt. If it's like an A rank, I think I'm good, you know? Kind of want to go beat the game now. Think I'm done with S ranks, yeah.
Thank goodness you're back. Taya looks like she's about to collapse.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Clive. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but Taya's right. Sometimes it's all we can do. A single dose dulls even the most agonizing pain. It may be a gentle way to die, but I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid-here. Drifting on waves.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Taya. I'm so proud of you.
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigo. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor back in the Southern Isles. On the front lines of some meaningless war. I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents. To treat the wounded with my gift. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the true physicker's art. That is...
an art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curses.
Kenobi, thank you.
And the kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility before the end. I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change, and we need to be the ones to change it.
And we will. I promise.
I hope so.
Yeah, we might be missing an A rank or a B rank quest. Hunt. That'd be pretty... I'd smack it a couple times and it would just die. I think I have 1 billion sharp fangs. 1 billion. So, chat, where the heck is this Dion quest? Is it worth doing?
How are you doing?
How the hell can I talk to you?
You watch yourself out there, all right?
How may I help you today, Clive?
Genji gloves.
Here you are.
God damn.
All done?
It's from Harpocrates? Okay. Increases damage dealt to enemies by 5%. Woo. Whoa. That seems pretty good. Yeah, everything flat out. Okay. Oh. Hippocrates is not that person. Dang it. I thought that was for the other person. In the letters. Crispy Sky, thanks for the prime.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Further matters, the greatest apartments demand your attention, especially. Did you visit me in the shells? Okay.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates.
Hippocrates.
I wonder what this is about.
Yeah, I'm not really a trophy hunter, so I'm not super attached to getting everything. There's only been one game I've ever gotten all the trophies for, and it's Bloodborne. That's because, like, getting the trophies for it to me was, like, super fun. Pretty easy, too. Just made sense to do it.
Lawsman Hippocrates. I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion. But I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. His studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone.
I didn't get the FF7 trophy because of the dresses.
To disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is often
I'm blown away every single time I gotta go find a flower.
Even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right.
Dang flowers. I have nearly all the side quests done. Yes, and I am doing the last one right here. And then I'm gonna go beat the game.
Run like the wind.
Honest opinion on the side quests, 90% of them are not good.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Be safe.
Oh, I tried to get him. Ah. I didn't kill you. Didn't kill you. Teaming the shit out of everybody over here.
Here they are.
Okay. Now we're at like end game story, end game. Doing the last couple things before the very ending. So if you're here to see that, stay tuned.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him. Your Highness.
Fantasy Mage, thank you.
Would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It's time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Welcome back to the
Lift up your head,
history.
Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Wild Majima, thank you.
Thank you, Clive.
Back to the stage of history.
Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds,
The stage of history.
that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Good side quest. Well, good extra story stuff, you know? Is that it? I think that's it. I think I'm going. I'm going. I'm ready, man. I'm ready to see something super eventful happen. It just has been too long, right? It's been too long. I'm going right now. Clicking. Potions? Nah. Saving? Nah.
Make sure you do this time. Oh, and while you're at it... Clive, if you see me dad up there, tell him we were right to leave his legacy with you.
Tell him he'll be in the front row. There's no way he'd miss this. Well, behave yourself, Mid.
We'll see.
So, you're in charge now, Gav.
And what does Taya have to say about that? Come back before she finds out, eh?
Thank you, Yote. I'm sorry.
Your Grace, I shall pray for your safe return.
That's kind of you. But you should pray he took his medicine. I didn't spend all night grinding herbs for his lordship to leave them on his nightstand. Again.
You needn't fear, Lady Taya. And thank you.
See that your brother comes back in one piece. Or, at most, two. Any more and you can heal him yourself.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, there's nothing to say that hasn't already been said. But that's never stopped me before, so just you do what needs doing. And don't worry about us.
We'll do our best, Uncle.
That'll be well.
If that is all?
Not quite. Jill.
It's time, isn't it?
It is. Take care of him. And you. You take care of her too, boy.
No dog?
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Don't forget, Clive. We all choose our own path. Believe in yours. I do.
I'll be back. I promise. I love you, Jill.
I know. I love you too.
Dang, all the NPCs showed up.
Now, we have a god to kill.
It's funny that that's now like cliche. Oh god!
Here they come. Hold on, Joshua. Already am.
Damn, that's right, this shit's exciting. Oh, Jesus. I'm fucking awake. Holy hell. That's right.
He's going to make us a way in.
So, this is Origin.
A far cry from heaven.
Where it all began, where it all begins, our ark. Your architect.
There you are.
It was here that we slumbered. Here that we waited for centuries, clinging to our decrepit shell, for fear that we might have need of it once again. But you have come at last. And now we shall be truly complete.
Well, there's 3 of us and 1 of him. Let's make it count.
Dominance. We will show you what it means to suffer.
Did like the backwards punch. Damn. Bitch has instant transmission.
Not this time. Move aside, Phoenix.
Alright, we saw a health bar move. Disaster. Jesus. Oh, I thought my PlayStation froze there for a second. I was like, oh man, my PS5. Oh no.
And you only surrendered. This unpleasantness could have been avoided.
counter Giga Flare.
I asked not for assistance, only forgiveness!
Clive! Clive!
Thank you, RKBM.
Thank the Founder. Did I mention you look terrible?
That makes two of us.
Wipe that shit off your mouth, man. You got some shit on your mouth.
Take my hand.
I told you, I'll be...
Come on.
Thank you.
Press on.
Always.
I'm sorry about Dion.
Don't be. Please. He did what he had to do.
And it's time we did the same. Should we stop?
Because of the cough. No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I suppose we are.
That light, so cold, so empty. We're close, aren't we?
It seems that way. But I don't want to think what could be waiting for us in there.
them think instead of those waiting for us at home. Clive.
They can't be.
But they are. This is the Nexus. A wellspring of life. Yours and ours. As we watch the world stumble slowly to its dark end, it was here we pledged a new beginning. And now, with the ether we have harvested, I shall raise my kin from their eternal slumber. That together we may usher in a new age of reason.
This was never about creation. Only self-preservation. You condemned an entire world so that you alone might escape death.
Alone. Him alone. Clive, I think I understand. He...
They sacrificed their flesh to become beating hearts of crystal that pumped the land's lifeblood from the depths of the earth unto this very chamber. And thus would they labor still, long after their work was done, had you not set them free.
You meant for us to destroy the Mother Crystals. It's what you wanted all along.
You have our gratitude, Mythos.
Uh-oh.
In this you have served us well. You have both served us well. Welcome home, brother.
Joshua.
I thought it was me, but it wasn't my grasp that grew weaker. It was theirs that grew stronger.
Joshua! No!
And now we can become one.
Clive.
Don't speak.
Shh. The one possessed of the destructive flames of Ifrit and the healing flames of the Phoenix. This, I once believed, would be Ultima's true form. But I was wrong. I see it now. Why you will never become Ultima's vessel. I don't care. Just hold on. Listen to me, Clive. You remember the murals? People once knew that Ultima was their god. That he created them. And they worshipped him, prayed to him, looked to him for guidance. In vain. In vain. For he did not listen, did not acknowledge our will, and so we strayed from his path to forge one of our own. So absorbed was he in his own desires, so driven by his own will alone, that he shunned the one thing that could have made him truly powerful. Faith. The same faith people now place in you. Faith that you will fulfill their dream, Sid's dream, of creating a better world for us. Faith that you will follow in Father's footsteps and save those who need saving most. Faith that you will answer Jill's plea to save yourself. The difference is, Clive, that you chose to listen, and that is what has steeled our bonds. Bonds that helped you stand firm when Ultima's pull was at its strongest. His power may be absolute, but so is ours. And so will yours be. With my light in your heart, not even a god might stop us. Joshua! Don't do it, you'll... Enough, Clive. My body is too far gone. If the wound does not take me, the curse will. Look at me, Joshua. Open your eyes! Open your eyes, Damien! Why did you do this? Joshua! Joshua!
And thus does the final piece fall into place. The incantation primed, but one task remains. To empty the vessel. Even now, you would deny the inevitable.
That's what you always have. And always will. On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
Fighting! Fire indeed hot. Whoa, I still got hit by that.
Countless centuries have I waited for this moment. This moment in which I might revel in my creation. Only to find it profaned, and so it must be cleansed.
It's not so easily broken.
But it can be broken. And I shall see it so. For such is my will.
Try it. Nice try.
Nice try.
Guess we're all ready.
Look at my orbs. Oh god.
Perhaps this will break you.
Oh god,
That's better.
Cool. Oh dear. Okay, there goes that phase.
Why? What latent force feeds these flames? I sense more here than mere will. Is this Logos? Have you truly become free? No, I forbid it.
You are not a god. You are but flesh and bone. You are not one of us. I created you, all of you. And what is mine is mine to destroy.
Once, perhaps. But we are no longer yours. Our flames are our own, and they burn as one!
Damn, we're in space again.
Have you learned nothing? Damned is the slave who would turn the scourge upon his master.
Oh. That's right, I have all these things. I don't know if that was a million or beyond. Couldn't have time to count all the numbers. Oh God. Bitch is turning into like a neutron star.
Enough! With fire shall fire be repaid.
Oh. 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 Okay, finally get a chance to do something. come on. That does not hit? I don't think it did. Good lord. I'm dodging. Dodge, please. Thank God.
My consuming mind.
So much shit. God, he's really far away. What? Piece of shit. Oh. Oh, I got the wrong one. There is a good stuff. A billion numbers.
How is this possible?
No. 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 My will is inviolable. Something is wrong.
You're afraid. You always have been. From the moment the Blight exposed what you were, weak, you conceived us to prove otherwise. But the results shook you to the core. For in us you saw yourself, and realized we had the potential to be more than you could ever be. And so you turned your back on your creation. Your back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me? You know nothing, Logos. Nothing.
Holy shit.
Bathed in light, I stand above you, my rebirth complete. And you, for your defiance, shall pay the proper price. An eternity of anguish.
Anguish. Pain. Suffering. You have known none of these. But we have. So we know what they grant. They bring us together. And that makes us strong.
Thunder roar! I will be done.
I don't think it can be parried.
Petulant child.
Oh, Jesus. Nah, that one should have been good. If he could be, that one should have been good.
Let tempest rage. Let's try. Tremble.
Oh. God damn.
Let there be light.
Oh my God.
I will crush you.
Who's gonna get hit by this again? Okay. Yeah? What? Cool.
Earth unyielding. Titan!
Give him out, Clive!
You cannot have this power. It is not yours
Cool.
to take.
Works for me. Works for me.
Let your will be purged.
Oh, I just dodged into it.
Good night.
Okay, I got level 5 Zan right now.
That's my boy!
Ice unfeeling.
Keeper!
Together!
This is pretty dope. This is pretty dope.
Darkness unending.
Onward, my son!
No, mine is the altar at which you pray. Mine are the eyes that look down upon you all.
And yet still you cannot see. You are no better than us. We are one and the same.
We are not the same. No man will stand beside me.
Holy shit.
Witness my creation.
Damn music, dude.
When all hope is burned away, naught will remain but ash.
Oh god, oh shit, oh god. I'm way up here, man. Oh my god. Oh, it's getting close, boys. Oh, I'm barely out of range. Here we go. Set up for the big one. Popping a strength tonic. Oh! He's not dead. Huh? He's not dead.
With me, Phoenix. Forevermore.
God damn, this game sings in moments like this.
So sure of your place atop the world, you refuse to acknowledge those below. You chose to remain alone. And so you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away the hands that could have raised you higher. I do not need you, or anyone. And that is where we are different. I could not have made it here on my own. I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign. I cannot stand.
Nuke this bitch.
The world you seek is but a fantasy!
A final fantasy!
The fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness.
They practically did that. They practically name dropped it.
I said, it's over!
Wow, it does have an Asura's Wrath ending. Holy shit. Wow. Literally has the Asura's Wrath ending. What the fuck? Only thing I was missing was for making my daughter cry. That's all it was missing. For making my brother die.
Tell me, what do you imagine will befall this world now that you have gained your precious freedom?
I honestly don't know. But I doubt it will be pretty. A sorry tale of sin and suffering, hardship and pain.
And it was for this that you fought so fiercely? Why?
It's who we are. We fight. We survive. We endure. We don't need a reason. We are imperfect creatures. When we stumble, we reach for a shoulder to lean on. When we fall, we stand back up. We see the horizon, ever out of reach, and still we march on. Certain the answers lie just beyond it, because that is our way.
Don't take my gravy.
Relish this victory, knowing that you have but delayed the inevitable. Your world is already dead. May you enjoy an eternity on its blackened husk.
Don't take my gravy. He's so mad. So pissed. Game's over and he's still pissed. Gav's child. New child. No? We're going back even further?
It seems Ultima's power was too great for this vessel all along.
But while I have it, perhaps I can use it to set things right. And see Ultima's legacy. Bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigned to the flames. Even if it means the end of me. These are our terms.
There's that baby.
Aren't you the most beautiful thing?
He is, isn't he? What are you gonna call him?
Let me see, let me see. Oh, read little one. Got a smile for your Uncle Gov.
Not so loud, you bird.
What? I was only...
Shh, you're scaring him.
It's all right.
Oh.
A sky of scattered tears, 1,000 years apart. Should they fade, I will not be afraid of the dark. For
If you need a rest, I can take him.
I'll
will do to that.
The world's yours now. Yours to do with as you please. That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
And thus did our journey end.
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting till the end. I'm waiting till the post. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. I'm waiting till the post.
Oh. Every time.
Will you light it?
Yes.
Yeah, so they manually have to use magic now? Yeah. Must use science.
Come on. If only I had the flames of an icon.
Icon? Have you been reading that silly story again? Magic belongs in fairy tales, and fairy tales don't boil kettles. You see? Well done. Now, be a good lad, and play with your brother until supper.
Come on, hurry! Hurry! All right.
Ah, the real world.
In the secretary. No, I don't want to be Madu. What do you want to play then? War of the Icons. Again? Oh, right. If I get to be
Oh, he writes the Final Fantasy book. Wait, what? By Joshua? Wait, I have to go back and look at that. I'll have to go back and look at that. A lot of information was suddenly just shot up. So yeah, it's done. We beat it. I feel like there's a lot of theories about the end of the game. And yeah, my goofball theory is that the book at the end is a story of the story we just played in FF16. And my big theory is that Torgal wrote the book. Yeah. That somebody by the name of Joshua Rossfield is the person that wrote the book and like self-injected them as a character into the story, which happens a lot in just fiction in general. So yeah, I feel like it's a tall tale, and it's the tale of what the world would be like with magic and, you know, all that kind of shit. So it was like, yeah, it wasn't a dream, it was a story, right? either way, it doesn't change much because like I did like a lot of the character development stuff of Final Fantasy 16 through the first half. And then after the second half, not much, because a lot of the arc that Clive goes through already happens. So by the end of it, I wasn't as invested as I was in the beginning, because I really do love the beginning of this game and the set pieces and the combat. I think that really elevates it. My overall rating for 16 is about an 8 out of 10, and I do have a lot of grievances, and that grievances would normally drop the thing quite a bit. But if it wasn't for the combat moments that elevate it so high, I still like to give it a relatively high grade, which is like an 8 out of 10. But I don't think it goes that much higher than that. I have a really weird opinion that I like Final Fantasy 15 overall a little bit more, but definitely not in overall gameplay stuff. Just in terms of what the Royal version that I played did, and the build-up and the conclusion and all that kind of stuff felt really, really great to me in the end of Final Fantasy 15. So I still think this was really good. But really overall, yeah, I think the biggest criticism I got is that Final Fantasy 16 never really commits to either being an action game or an RPG. And because of that, you get sort of a middle-of-the-road action game and a middle-of-the-road RPG, where the combat's really good, but then they just throw trash mobs at you throughout the whole game, and they don't really change very much. The RPG elements are very just mostly talking to people. That's the RPG part of it for the most part. And if they went either ham in either direction, I think it would have been way better. And I prefer if they went in the action game direction. Cut, like, no kidding, I'd say they cut like 15 hours out of the game in terms of main story, and just make it a really focused, like 25 to 30 hour kind of game. And I think that would have been a really solid, like, roller coaster ride kind of experience like they were talking about. Instead, it left me wanting like weapons to be, you know, unique and different and have different abilities, and they don't. It wanted me to have the gear have more interesting things other than some minor stat percentages. And it really left me wanting variety. At the end of it all, everything kind of boils down to running around an environment and doing either fighting things or talking to people, one person to another person, back to another person, quest over, or collecting flowers on the ground. And that is pretty much it. So the variety of the game, even action games have a lot of variety because they want to spice things up. They don't want you to do the exact same thing, like even short length action games that are like 10 to 15 hours long. They want you to have some variety. So you do some crazy racing thing or some wild shooting game, all that kind of stuff. I feel like they do that in the icon battles, but it needed something in the main gameplay part, either chocobo racing or fishing or a card game. That's why those things exist in other RPGs for the most part. So yeah, like the monotony of it, so it definitely caught up to me after like hour 30, and I'm like, oh yeah, we are pretty much doing this from the whole way through. And that's where, like, yeah, that second half after the time skip definitely starts to wear a little bit thin. And the story elements just don't grab me in the same way. Well, some of the characters I think are really good. A bigger gripe is that most of the places in Valistia are just full of shitheads. Most places are just like super racist and shitty and have slavery and it sucks. Let's blow up their crystal. These guys are assholes. And then like the good part of the world is obviously everybody that's in the hideout and the few like allies you have. There's not really many people in between. So I kind of wanted story-wise Clive to be challenged a bit more, and you get a little bit of that with Joshua where he like punches him and then it just goes away really fast. I was like, oh, that was weird and interesting, and then it kind of just doesn't happen anymore. I was kind of hoping that stuff would happen. So to me, if it wasn't for how great the set pieces in action are, which are genuinely like some of the best in the industry, like the action set pieces in this stuff make other traditional action games feel relatively tame. Even stuff like Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, it makes those moments feel tame by comparison in what they're able to visually and cinematically pull off. So I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. I just wish the game focused on that a bit more and leaned more in on the action game part of it. And kind of just ditched a lot of the RPG parts, you know? And I think I could just use, even in main story, a lot less going to this character, talking to that character, going back to this character, talking back to that character. And when characters say a lot of stuff, they say it in the absolute longest way possible. So it's like, oh, I got the point of what you said in the first sentence, and then they have like 7 more sentences. It's like, okay, man, I get it. But still, believe it or not, I give it an 8. It sounds like I would give it something lower, but it's because I'm an action game guy, and it has a really accessible combat system that I genuinely love and like how much customizability there is. Because of the pacing of the game, I'm not inherently wanting to just jump back in and experience like Final Fantasy mode. I'm kind of curious about Ultimacia mode or whatever it is, that the hard arcade mode, because yeah, all I was really wanting throughout a lot of the game is for me to utilize these tools the game is giving me in creative ways. And I wasn't utilizing them in creative ways. Every single thing I was doing was to do more damage, right? To essentially knock their ass down and spit out damage like crazy. At the beginning of the game, it felt like it was that way where, oh, I got this thing that magic counters, I got this physical counter thing, I got all this kind of stuff. You know, that was actually really fun when you were limited on your abilities to do that stuff. And when you become an absolute brick shithouse of godlike abilities and you're just crapping out damage in every single way, there's an interesting polarization of, you know, your main character. I'm like literally this godlike creature with killing gods, crippling the earth and putting giant craters into Gaia, and now I'm going to go pick flowers for a couple of hours and talk to people until I go do it again, you know, in some other direction. And that pacing just kind of like, yeah, threw me off for a bit. So funny enough, I still recommend it. I do. I think a lot of people will find stuff to like about the world and really fall in love with some parts of it. But for me at the end, it was past that halfway point, you know, when you become the big boss of the ship. And yeah, I just didn't get the character camaraderie and all that kind of stuff that happened towards the beginning of the game. So either way, still an 8 out of 10. I'm glad I finished it, and I'm glad I was able to see the culmination of the ending. But my big brain theory in the end of it all is that yeah, that it's a story, right? It's a tall tale. It opens, the beginning of the game opens like it's a tall tale, and it ends like it is a tall tale. So that is my my crazy crackpot theory for the end. I don't think Clive lives or dies. I don't think Clive or Joshua even existed. I think it was a book that some kids read, and it teaches you a story about life, and you know, the fact that revenge doesn't have to consume you, all that kind of shit. And also slavery bad. Anyway, still good. Still an 8 out of 10. Yeah, I don't want another game like it. I will say that. Yeah. And at the end of all this shit, I don't want another game like it. I'd prefer another Final Fantasy to do something different. If they want to do the action game thing, go heavy on the action game thing. If they want to do an RPG thing, go heavy on the RPG thing. But you know what that game is? I don't want to say it, but they already did that. They did that. And it went pretty good. They already did Final Fantasy VII Remake. And it did the action game thing and the RPG thing, and it went pretty good.